everybody. How are you all doing today? Yep. Here we go. More Tangle Tower, which I am very excited to play more of. Give me 1 second to get my little chat thingy up and to get my little OBS thingy up. And also to plug in my phone whenever I figure out where the cord went. I think this is the one I want. So about that, I meant to plug in my phone a little bit earlier, but I did not do that. And it is almost dead, but I still like having it to keep an eye on the time and stuff. Not like I'm not like I'm gonna be too, time crunch today. Barely ever am, but yeah, I like keeping an eye on the time. And plus, if I get a message on text or Discord or a phone call that's actually important and not a scam, I like to be aware. But yeah, so today, going to be doing some more Tangle Tower, which I'm very excited for. Also, no butter tart today. I don't have a pecan butter tart. It was too distracting last time. So I was like, no, not today. So they're still sitting in the fridge. But maybe I'll have one after as a... Oh my god, that's loud again. As a bit of a reward to myself for doing good and completing all the puzzles. Hold on, let me get my my sound down. I don't remember what I had it at. Did I have it here? Man, I wish I remembered. I don't know why I didn't think to check. That's probably fine, right? I think that's fine. Yeah. So the game does autosave. I did figure out how to actually leave the game after I ended it last time. All right. So we have a lot of investigating to do, namely in the pointer tower.
Are they?
Whatever they
Okay,
are.
now I already clicked on that. Okay, so I need to go and talk with Fifi. But do I want to do that right now? It's probably a good idea for me to, right? Because I'm going to need to ask her more about this diary that she has. And we need to go up here and actually complete this this puzzle. But I'm going to save that for later. I might do that last even. Yo, Fifi. Ooh, suspicion. Suspicion. Let's go.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why
Open
is it
it.
locked up like that?
Do you seriously require an explanation?
Yes.
Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
Oh.
and this particular diary is unused.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't look unused.
Open it then. It's not a diary at all. It could be somebody else's diary. That's a very good point, because it has a star on it. I don't think Fifi is very much of a star kind of person. It's somebody else's diary.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Don't know what I have. The empty egg. There was a diary kept in the empty egg. Is that it? Stand made of breasts. I don't know. I don't know if this would work. I'm not too sure. Like something to compare directly with. Aha! It's in the. It's here. It's right here. It's right here. How did I not notice that before? It's like right there. It's fucking Freya's diary.
Let's take a closer look at this.
It's literally right there. It's literally right there. This blue book. Fifi. Freya. Pink clothes. This blue book. The secret diary. Is the same thing as... which proves it belonged to Freya.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Okay. I'm trying to remember what was on the secret letter. I kind of wish I could check it. See, Fifi. See, so what can I... Didn't want him to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. I'm assuming is what I'm supposed to pick, even just based on like these.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well.
Oh, let's go.
However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
Okay, let's see. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works, impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. It's back in the flesh this time. Did she just have like a lot of personal demons, maybe? Soul Bearer. Okay, can I show you the new diary? No.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Yeah, okay, so that's just all the same thing then. Oh yeah, Poppy. Tell me about Poppy.
Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Okay, that's pretty funny. Okay, so she had some sort of... So it sounds a lot like Freya had some sort of personal demons, really. I think that could be quite possible. Hold on, I got like a cable here. It's kind of in the way, and I don't know why it's like this in the way. Hold on. Why is that cable like sticking out so much today? There you go. Oh God. Hold on. I got some like trash over here. I need to like I'm not gonna get rid of it. I've been munching on some small like still leftover Halloween chocolate, but I just haven't thrown out some of the wrappers yet. I know, disgusting slob. I know, but I'll throw them out later. Throw them out tonight. Okay, so what's over here then? Okay, you seem weird.
Butterfly.
Yeah.
Looks evil.
It does, just like most butterflies.
Wow, judgmental.
P for pointer.
Rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
Pointer. Of course.
What's with those little windows down there?
Of course, by the way, this looks like a bird cage. Makes
I
sense.
think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh,
A mirror?
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
how do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
That's a really good
I
question.
do by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Okay, that's impressive though. Herb?
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Man, her hands look weird actually. I don't know if I like
Bird
that.
diagrams. Hand
They're
painted.
beautiful.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Bird cage. 3 brightly colored birds in a heavy ornate cage. Okay, I don't know why I would want that, but sure. Okay, so this is definitely something to look at after, but I want to talk to her first.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Her hair?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful.
I am.
Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, here, tell me about yourself.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends
This isn't a Tinder
are
profile.
birds.
Ah,
Travel.
I see.
Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field?
Her hands are so weird.
Wherever I go, I always
I assume
find
those are
myself coming
gloves?
home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him. Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Whomst.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow. Very well.
You're engaged to
Mmm.
a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
So that's really interesting. So she's engaged to Fitz, but Fitz and Penelope. Oh wait. Oh, maybe the P didn't stand for Poppy. Maybe it stands for Penelope. Huh.
I awoke
What were we
early
doing yesterday?
and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So,
At least she
you
admits
stayed
it.
with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
A lot.
Officially 4, but in truth, it's more like 400.
I was
Can
gonna
they
say,
not
look
feed
at them all.
themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Okay. All right, give me your statement. What happened the other day?
In the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dude. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library.
Okay, this is adding up.
I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some
Blocked your
reason,
path?
He was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Who else was in the room with you?
There. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Okay. Interesting. All right, tell me all about everybody.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it.
To be fair, she might be right.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves.
Yeah, I
Between
agree.
you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
Okay.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. I thought she was gonna be like, yes, I know I am the smarter one. But she didn't do that, so I'm kind of
She's
surprised.
the most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh,
He hired her?
it was Uncle that called her in.
Yeah, see?
She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
I had an inkling.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it.
Yeah, too many already.
On my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath.
That's kind of
I
sweet.
can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
Okay, tell me about Fitz.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
It's kind of true, actually.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
Me neither.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't
Ooh.
remember asking for your input.
All right, tell me about Poppy.
Did you talk to Poppy already?
I did.
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Maybe.
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Oh.
Why would Poppy love us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Okay, I'm intrigued by this. They clearly have issues with each other.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
Of course. All right.
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off.
I could believe
If it
it.
wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Oh.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
That is interesting. I wonder why that is.
Finally, I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, what about the harp statue?
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere.
Oh, what is
I
it?
don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly. Hardly the place for it.
Okay, I see what she's getting at. All right. What about this open letter?
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember it being
We
juicy.
don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter.
I should read it again, actually.
Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling.
A bit.
Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Freya
She-do.
doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian.
That's
Had
weird to
her
say about
priorities.
Bohemians. Empty egg.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it?
Nah, maybe a
Flora
little.
seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, what about the gramophone?
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account
Nah.
of belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
That's
Oh,
kind of cute,
adorable.
actually. Now, what about the crack tape?
Terrible.
You recognize it?
But it's pink.
Color scheme.
Yeah,
3 different pinks. Obscene.
I thought so. See, I thought that's where they can go with it.
Oh, that's rather sad.
You know, I have a sudden thought. I'm gonna go through this and then I'm gonna think about it a little bit more. But I have a sudden idea.
Don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
Did she give it to Fitz?
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
Okay, maybe she did give that to Fitz then.
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
I believe so.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
Uh-huh,
All
okay.
of them. Even this one of
That's interesting. Can you explain more, please?
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct, huh?
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird,
Sad,
though?
but
The
probably realistic.
This one was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
Really?
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
Ah,
The very
allegedly.
last.
Oh.
Ooh, a secret.
Okay, that was a good line.
That's our guest too.
Excellent.
Alright, horn.
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
He does.
Certainly.
And the bird's in
I
a
must say
cage.
the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
Okay, triple T.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Of course.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat.
Oh.
He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Okay, that's a good joke. Okay, so that's interesting.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
No, later. I want to see this
A
first.
little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Okay. I don't think there's really much in here for me to look at.
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
I guess that makes a lot of sense, actually, because, like, yeah, the bird cages are there, but they are definitely much bigger than what you'd expect. Like, the spaces between the cages, I mean. Okay, hold on. What's this letter again? Combination is drawn on the other seat. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Oh. Wait a minute. This does kind of look torn, doesn't it? John on the other sheet, once you have it memorized, destroy it. Okay. Oh, yeah, I just realized I didn't spell Tangle Tower correctly. Whoops. In the thingy, in the stream thingy. Hold on. Let me actually just fix this real quick. Spell it Tangler Tower. Man, did I really do that the other day? Oh no. Did I do that over on the YouTubes as well? I may have. Whoops. No, there I spelled it correctly. Okay then. All right. Whatevs. Okay. So we got Penelope's room. Where is it? Oh, here? Oh, can I go to all the rooms now? Ooh. Spicy. So this is probably Penelope's. Okay, well, Penny's, yeah. Yeah, okay. Hat?
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
All the time.
Mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
What was this?
It's a birdhouse.
Uh-huh.
Are those real birds?
Let's see.
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Good point. Swap the positions of the 7 birds. I don't know if I know how to work this yet. Or would I?
I'll do this later.
Yeah, I don't know if I have enough information for that yet. I might. I don't know. Does that have to do with, like, the other birds?
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it.
I agree.
It just feels out of place.
Potted flower. A brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. Looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color. Well, that's something I could take to Fitz, probably.
A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
Nice.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Okay, so let me have a little peek here. So I do just want to point out that this right here
It's a birdhouse.
almost does give me the impression of like kind of a family tree type thing. I was trying to think how this would work. Because it clearly has to do with the eyes, right? And the connection. So like these two are connected and they make this one. Yeah. So there's it's not like a color thing, is it? Or is it? I don't know. But I feel like it has to do with the eyes as well. So I'm thinking, depends on how it starts. It highly depends on how, like, what the connections necessarily mean. Because normally when I see something like this, like, once again, like a family tree, you see the connection and then it forms something else. So I'm kind of wondering if there's like a mixture of colors here. But I don't really know what would make like white here, for example, right? Like white is kind of its own thing, unless everything is from the middle. Because I mean, white could go in the middle, and that might actually make sense. Maybe. It's from white, you could make all these other colors. So maybe it's branching out from the middle instead of like branching from top to bottom, right? But I know the eyes have something to do with it too. Well, eyes and beak position. This one doesn't really give me anything to go off of either. I know I could just click the lock and it'll probably give me like a hint, but if I can, I like to do this without hints. If I can. I'd like to try to think about it first, at least. So I'm thinking... I can't rotate this or anything, right? Nah. Hey Kitty, welcome back to the stream. How you doing today there, friendo? So I'm thinking... See, Kitty says can't stay too long, but I'm here. Okay, well, that's perfectly fine. Is everything going okay with you? At the very least, thank you for stopping by. I don't know how interesting it'll be since I'm trying to solve a puzzle right now, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get it. What if it goes like this? Like sleep, mostly sleep, waking up. Well, actually, I guess it's kind of a good point. Because you have closed eyes and then all awake eyes. That might actually be it, because you have closed, closed, wide, 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 half, half, right? So maybe, and there's 3, 2, and 2. So, I mean, in theory, I don't know about the color though.
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Yeah. You've been doing better? That's good. You're very tired though? I can relate to that. I think it's quite relatable. I don't know. What if it is like a color thing? It can't be a shading thing, right? Like a color wheel thing at all, or anything like that, right? Like, all you want to do all day is lay down? Also relatable. Maybe not for me today, but relatable on some days. For sure. Okay, so the white line. See, and they're all in various stages of sleep as well. But I don't really, I'm not entirely sure. Is it all branching out from the middle? I'm just trying to think of how the colors work. Because, like, I see this too, and this is a very similar color. So, like, if you mix these two colors together, like, would you get the green? Maybe. If that's what it's trying to imply. You don't see the only problem. Oh, like the only problem though is you don't get red by mixing like green with anything. I don't think. Like, I mean, because aren't these all? Because how do you make? I'm trying to go back to like my color mixing, like back when I was in kindergarten, right? So like if you mix a blue and a green, you get like, what do you get? Do you get like a purple? What do you get? There's like 3 separate ways I could maybe see this going. With the eyes, state of alertness, and color. Because that also makes emotion, right? Which is thing, because you have sleep, a bit more awake, wide awake, kind of glancing back like, meh. And this one's like, ah. And then it's yawning, and then maybe goes back to sleep. But like, this one I'm actually a little bit stumped on. Maybe I'm just dumb, but I'm trying really hard to see like how I can connect them in the way that it wants me to connect them. Cause see, I find it interesting that you have like kind of a lighter green too, right? Cause like, what are your primary colors? Your primary colors are like red, green, and blue, I believe. Good old RGB. Is it like? But how does that? Does green and blue make brown?
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
I mean, that is true. Do you make yellow by mixing red and green? I don't remember. Hold on. Let me actually do a quick Google here. Yeah, okay, you mix red and green, you do get yellow. So, I mean, I'm right about that. I mean, if we're talking proper color wheel stuff, then white is in the middle. Oops. That's assuming we're talking color wheel.
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. The colors and eyes combine as they go down the family line. You'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
Oh, does it? Really? Blue and yellow at the top? Why? Okay, so, okay, that actually does help me a little bit. Because that's kind of thing. I wasn't really too sure what started at the top. Now I kind of might be able to understand. So the color and eyes combine. If that's the case, then, because now left and right, and then in the middle, you combine it, you're in the middle. And then if you combine the beaks, like, is that it?
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. You'll need to start.
So I was right about it being a family tree, though.
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
Kitty says, ooh, I get it. And blue and yellow at the top. Okay, so we started with blue and yellow at the top. Oh, so if they look at each... Oh, is it something like that?
I guess that's
No.
It's a family. You'll need to start with.
Or is it like this?
I guess
It's a
that's
family. You'll need to start with blue.
I think I do kind of see where it's going. Maybe.
I guess that's
It's a family. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
I don't know why this is struggling with me. I mean, I think... Wait.
I guess that's
It's a
wrong.
family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
Damn it. I thought I maybe had it. I mean, I guess it depends, like,
I guess
It's a
which
family. You'll need to start with
which way the blue and yellow start. Let me see. I want it to be like this big eureka moment for like when I figure it out. I feel like green has to be in the middle. So we're talking about combining trades. Because blue and yellow, does blue and yellow make green? No, because green. I mean, no, they don't. Blue and yellow make white. Kind of, along with red, I guess. That might be what I'm missing, but that doesn't really make a ton of sense, does it? Actually, does that make sense?
I guess that's
It's a family. You'll need to start with blue.
Does this make sense?
I guess
It's a
that's
family. You'll need to start with blue.
See, I keep thinking I'm like getting there. I keep thinking I'm getting there, because, Oh, wait, no, would it be like that? That doesn't make sense to me, mind you.
I guess that's
It's a family. You'll need to start with blue. And
I guess
It's
that's
a family. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
See, because you're trying to combine all the traits. I see. Here's the thing. I get what it wants me to do. I'm just struggling with figuring out the order. Sorry for not looking at the chat, by the way. I'm just really trying to. I'm using all my thinking power to try and sort this out. I might ask for a hint in a moment, though. Blue and yellow start at the top. It's understandable. I don't see any browns. Hey Bass, welcome back to stream. How you doing today, friendo? And welcome back to stream. How'd your mother's birthday go? Yeah, Katie says blue and yellow make green. Combine the colors to make a new color, green and what make what. See, I thought I was kind of onto something with that, right? I mean, to me, didn't I try this combination? Or did I not?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. I thought I tried the combination. All right. Well, thank you very much for the hints. Really appreciate. See, what did I do wrong then the first time? Because I thought I tried that. I even looked at a color wheel, and I thought I even read that. Did I read the color wheel? Or did I not? Wait. Is my color wheel wrong? Mixing blue and yellow. Yeah, blue and yellow make green. What did I do? I thought I tried that. Maybe I didn't try it with like this specific order? Huh, okay. Oh, okay. Bass says you had light green on the right and white on the bottom. Okay, that's where I messed up. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Why'd I do that? I almost feel like that was Go back up there. I almost feel like that was just a brain fart on my end, because I almost feel like I meant to do white and green, but I probably did green and light green. I probably, in my head, I probably meant to do it the other way. Darn. All right. Well, thank you very much, friendos. Let's see, Bass went up for Indian food. That's real nice. Haven't had Indian food in ages. By the way, for anyone wondering, I do still have my water, but being a bit kind of naughty today got me a little bit of a Dr. Pepper. I'm just saying. It felt like a Dr. Pepper day, all right? What can I say? Sometimes you feel the Dr. P, you just need a little visit from the doctor, right? And after that puzzle, I feel like I needed that.
Nice work.
Okay. What do we have then?
Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her. All right. A red piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals are found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her. Okay, so I'm now getting a more clear picture. So here, But why would she target Freya? That doesn't really make a lot of sense yet. Let's go to Penny, because we got some suspicions here. Tell me about the potted flower.
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
Let's see, Kitty says time for me to go. Have fun. See you next time. All right, you take care, Kitty. Thank you very much for stopping by, friendo, and I hope the rest of your day goes excellently.
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you
I could believe that.
at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
I see. Okay. Now, I found this note in your room. You're really gonna have to tell me about it, because otherwise this makes you look really suspicious.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Yeah, we do.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
No, it is actually. I'm a detective. I'm a detective. I'm solving a murder. It's literally all my business. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? That's literally my whole business.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Mayhaps. I think I do recall finding something with that suspicious. I don't quite remember what. So I also found out, by the way, the other night, just kind of a little random aside, that I found out Tangle Tower itself is actually a sequel to another game, a game called Detective Grimoire and the Swamp or something like that. I didn't end up picking it up. I got it, The Secret of the Swamp. I picked it up last night. It's on sale for like almost $2. Like, I can't really go wrong, right? So I figured I'd grab it and probably play it, maybe after this, to be honest. Just because this game's really won me over. Hey, Fitz. Okay, Fitz, what can you tell me about all of these?
What's with the broken glass?
Okay.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Does he know their names?
They have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
I don't either, actually. Like, now that he mentions it.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
It's a
I
plant.
didn't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. Those petals.
Even though Penny's his fiance?
What?
They're red.
Okay. Okay, I'm a little suspicious
So,
here.
Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else. He was holding the trowel, is my guess.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
It was the trowel.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Okay, let's deduce this here. Was used to bury, is used by Fitz to look after, is used by Fitz to cut. Part of matching set with. The only thing that can destroy Poppy. So what do we have? A single feather. I mean, it could be the potted flower. To be fair, like, to look after the potted flower in the room, I mean... the only thing I can think of is the potted flower in Penny's room. Like, this could be wrong. But I mean, Penny herself, actually, no, this makes a lot of sense. Because Penny herself said she doesn't really know how to look after plants. But this plant itself was in really good health, right? So he used the trowel to look after the potted flower in Penny's room because he loves plants, right? This makes sense. I think this tracks.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
Aye.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Something that proves its connection to Fitz. Like the flower? Something to compare directly with the flower. I mean, the potted fruit, I think that's the only thing that would compare.
Let's take a closer look at these.
I think I'm onto something, you know. But I think it has to do with the soil, actually. Because the pot and soil are the same. Hidden under the floorboards. Found in Fitz's greenhouse. Like, to me, that makes sense. It's like, it's not the stem. The stem is very different. The pink part is very different. The blue part is very different. Like, that makes sense to me.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
Yeah, we're on to him.
Yes, Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower, it looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed.
But it looks like
I wanted
Penny.
the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Okay, so that is all very reasonable. Let me see something really quick.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
It's a bell. Bell lips. Some kind of mountain and Twitter bird.
Let's come back later.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious about it. I was just curious. I was just kind of curious. I don't know if I should try to solve this chest puzzle in here or not. I feel like I'm not ready yet. Poppy's room. Very goth. Very octopusy as well.
Empty.
Okay.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
A lamp.
I will admit I may have kept some of my clothes on the floor in the past.
It is most definitely turned off. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
I was hoping we'd find some pink.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
Fair, fair. What about this?
More handwritten sheet music.
And this?
More handwritten sheet music.
Okay, just handwritten sheet music. That?
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs,
Ah.
not 8.
Okay, fair.
Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Nice. All right.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright?
Yeah, I don't know actually. I know it does have a name. He is
Sheet
right.
music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
The sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate old-fashioned illustrations. It's got to be at least 50 shades of black in there. It's an upright piano. Is that it? Is that just it? Oh, okay. I thought maybe it'd be a bit more fancy than that.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
Or was that the joke and I'm just as dumb as Grimoire? Let me see.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright?
Okay, so that's a joke, and I'm just like Grimoire in that case. Okay, fine, game. You're calling me out. You're calling me out.
Anything in the
I can't
drawers?
believe the game would do that to me.
Nothing you need to know about.
A rose
A
by any other
single red
name.
rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird. It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking.
Hmm.
Is it a bomb?
Yes.
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
These buttons rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top. Okay. I mean, I'll be honest, it doesn't seem too hard if all I gotta do is get them all at the top.
That's done it.
I mean, that was so much easier compared to all the other ones.
What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph.
Time I look at it, it makes me laugh.
Part of a photograph.
Ooh, the other half of the photograph. So that was Poppy back in the day, huh? The photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Very much so,
Let's ask
Grimoire.
Poppy about it.
Let's go later. Hold on, it's got some pings. Did I get a text? No. Did I? No. Weird. Okay. Whatever.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
And it's connected to Fitz's room. Okay. I get it. I remember this because that looked like that, I believe.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
We did, because I remember this from the other day. But I've got to look at it again. Okay. Moon, sun. Okay. I'll read the thingy again.
Solve this already?
Just because I kind of skipped through it in my haste.
But the door's still locked.
Okay, so we'll go and we'll talk to Poppy in a moment. But I want to solve this before the information leaves my brain. Right? I don't want the information to leave my head.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
I'm surprised I remembered that from the other day. So it was here, I believe.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally.
There we go.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Oh, I think we go outside. I think we have a look. I think this room's going to be very important. Thank you, Bass. Huh. Headphones. That's weird.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Oh, okay. Hear no evil. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs has been placed on the head of the statue. Okay.
Giant stone
Archivo.
frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Kind of.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
The feathers are mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog.
There's something about those pebbles we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later.
A little pond.
Mm-hmm.
It looks really, really deep.
Is that the golden bug down? I'm blocking it. But there's like. Hold on. I'll look at it after this.
See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Yeah, because like right underneath my head here, you have a little golden bug by the looks of it. And I know Hawkshaw has been looking for a golden bug.
That's just one big dragonfly.
Assuming that's what the golden is supposed to be.
Or one very small dragon.
No, apparently not. Never mind. Red herring. Completely red herring, or whatever you want to call it.
More egg statues.
It's not for me anyway.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
Why not
What
both?
do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
And the rose bush?
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of loose soil.
Mm.
Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, we're definitely entering like love triangle kind of territory. Maybe even a love square.
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
That's a little bit strange, actually. Okay, I don't think there's too much to explore
Good.
here.
A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Sometimes they just look nice. Okay. Okay, so we still need to talk to the professor up here. But before we do that, let's go ahead and talk some suspicions. With Poppy here. Oops.
It's one of those big
Don't
why
you
not?
might be haunted.
Yeah, not that one. All right, Poppy, I want you to tell me a bit about this horn.
Look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
I mean, yeah, maybe a little bit.
Can we not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
All right, potted
I've
flower.
seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right.
Ah. See, Bass says, I'm scared of walking under bridges. Really? That seems like that. See, that seems like one of those like very kind of specific like phobias, right? But one that's fair, Like I don't blame you. It's kind of like how like I'm not like necessarily afraid of it, but I do feel very uncomfortable like walking over a grate on the ground, right? Like how on the ground sometimes like when you're walking through a city, like you might have like those big like grates where like rain can fall through and everything, and they're made out of metal, right? Like I know nothing's gonna happen if I stand on one, but I'll usually avoid it just because it's like, well, what if today's the day when that isn't as secure and I go whoop straight on down? You know what I mean, right? Like it's not really like a fear, but it's like if I can avoid walking on one, I'll avoid it. You know what I mean? It kind of feels kind of like a very similar kind of thing, right? Like obviously, yeah. In terms of like having like a very specific kind of like worry or fear, You don't like grates either? Understandable, right? Understandable. I'm glad you get me.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing.
Nothing.
They're just unusual.
All right. Understandable.
Yeah, it's mine.
Kind of both. What's so special about it?
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me.
Ooh.
She stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Okay, I think that might be on the same cassette tape.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, sure.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them.
I could believe
Thought They
that.
looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar.
That's kind of cute.
No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Okay. Well, you are under some suspicion, my Poppy
I need
friend.
to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music.
Mhm.
Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
Oh my god, I got something in my eye and it's really bothering me.
It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I never own anything like that.
Why not?
Yeah, you do.
Not my color.
Not anymore. I like how one of us, somebody changed the color of the tape. No, it's not. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. But you used to like these colors. And I got proof of that.
used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this.
That is you, Poppy. The pink cassette tape, the pink cassette player, blonde girl. Guess that's it. Message on the tape, pink cassette tape. Oh man, my eyes like both itchy and also fucking has something in it. You seem like more of a vinyl person anyway. She does, doesn't she? Found in the garden matches a pink cassette player found in Poppy's room. Wait, used by Poppy in this old photo. I think that's it.
The pink cassette tape found in the garden matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Found at the crime scene? Oh, that. Oh, yeah. We didn't find this one in the garden. I'm thinking of the other one. Yeah, no, it's this one then.
The cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Nah, it is.
I'll
Yeah.
prove it.
Okay, you know, I was gonna take another sip of Dr. P, but you know what, we're good. The other half through photo. Look at that. Matches perfectly.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends.
Oh my
Why'd you
god,
tear
can
it
this
up
get out of my eye, please?
And then hide it.
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Does she hate them? I haven't really had any indication that Puppy hates Fifi or Freya. I don't know why the photo would be torn. But it could just be as simple as Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore, to be honest. Like, I get the feeling that they've become distant, but maybe they don't hate each other? But I don't think Poppy hates them. It's one of these two, I think. Like, it's not this one. This one?
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music.
I mean, I guess I figured it out.
Freya as a gift years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Okay, did I figure that out? I think that worked. I think that did work. Because, yeah, there's no indication that they hate each other.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
Yes. They're from Red Roses.
They're from Red Roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
Well, I have that for certain.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
Nice red arrow. I like that.
I can't imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden.
I'm beginning to look like a pirate
It's
for a little bit, I
inaccessible
think.
from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget,
Just got the
Penny's
burbs.
the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Okay, let's figure this out. Was used to kill. Was used to bribe. Okay, hold on. I don't know. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on, probably. Was given to, was stolen from. These birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fritz. I'm guessing. Wait, there you go. Steal money, but it didn't work, and distract them and steal evidence from. I'm guessing. But it didn't work?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not that. To steal evidence from them?
One of
There you
Penny's
go.
birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them.
My God, what's
We
wrong
know
with my
those two
today?
have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that.
I
Besides,
hate what I have in
Tabitha
my eye.
hardly
What
ever
is
leaves
it?
her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
Are you sure
I need
about
a clue
that?
to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
I literally have a pile of feathers that all match her birds, funnily enough.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Was eaten by, was used to kill. I mean, this yellow feather right here matches perfectly with this yellow burb right there. After, to confuse me when I visited the rooftop garden.
This
There you
yellow
go.
feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
We got her sussed out.
Can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me.
Uh-huh.
I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand.
She seemed a bit crazy, to be honest.
Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Okay, so she really hates Poppy for potentially stealing Fritz away, right? Fritz, not Fritz. I keep calling him Fritz, but it's Fitz. He's shaking his booty.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Alright, Professor?
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed,
Accurate.
my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Okay, alright. Tell me about yourself, Professor
Me?
Pointer.
Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family.
Uh-huh.
And, of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh, no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
I mean, that's a lot of
Sounds
books.
like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh, dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
Beth says, in relation to Professor Pointer, says, I'm a full-time father, though. I could see that.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine.
Or unemployed for tax
I took my
purposes.
usual morning
I like
walk
that.
around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a
Besides?
favorite spot of mine.
we
Eventually, I
beside?
returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Okay, tell me about
I
your
was
statement.
at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room.
Okay.
Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business.
Okay.
I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Interesting. All right. What can you tell us about... So we've met everybody in the house now.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
All right. Intriguing.
Yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still,
That is true.
keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous.
I mean, intelligence can be
Are
a
you
dangerous
two
thing.
Science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
Is that a book on his head? I just realized. I thought that was like his hair, but maybe that's a book, maybe? Huh.
Hard to read, that one, but she
I guess he's
seems to know
bald,
what she's doing.
maybe.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I
Kinda
simply
reminds me of a
assumed
Rooftop
all
House, too.
detectives
Or House
were
Rooftop.
sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Oh, fair.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
Okay, what about Fitz?
What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
So Fitz is a bastard then, is he? Okay.
My Poppy, my pride and joy.
Pride.
Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Okay. Interesting.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
I believe so.
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
Yeah,
But
again,
she'll
disown her.
depart from the world of the pointers and join the fellows.
So he's very anti-fellow.
Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
Ouch, dude. Wow. Okay. This guy's pretty vindictive would be the word, I guess. I don't know.
Especially want to talk about myself.
Maybe even just hateful.
Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
No, thank you.
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Okay. So what about all of this
So
stuff
which one
then?
is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With
I think we did hear about that actually.
Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
See, Beth says, yeah, vindictive seems right, and the real Tangle Tower was in us the whole time.
Not exactly.
Friends we made along the way.
Is it?
It's enough.
Okay, harp statue.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
I wonder.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with
I mean,
nature,
plastic
all
can...
the same.
Well, I guess it doesn't really decay. That's kind of the problem.
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
See, Bass says, do you got a spare 45 billion years or so? Man, if
Is
only.
this important?
Possibly.
Go with the empty
Curious
egg.
little thing, isn't it? Do you know
Egg.
what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
All right.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
That's a very good question.
Well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon?
Doubtful.
After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
I mean, doubtful though.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes
I mean,
you
true.
wonder why he bothers at all.
The trowel?
You found a murder weapon?
Nah,
Stay
just
on.
a trowel.
It's just a gardening trowel.
Yeah.
Looks like
You
a
could
weapon
use
to
it
me.
as a weapon, probably, but
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
See, it looks like a big red mountain to
He's
me
right, though.
personally.
It is a big red thing.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks
Tis.
like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
That was pretty well put, actually.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does
One can assume.
look like a diary. Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
And see, now he's trying a little too hard to be smart and philosophical.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
I get it. Best in the field. I get that.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
I'm a detective trying to solve a murder. It's all part of my business.
This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Okay.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. What a precious photograph.
Back when Poppy was more innocent.
Has she?
Who?
Oh, if
And
you
young.
don't know, perhaps I don't either.
See, Bass says, you know, something amazing about this game is that all the evidence gives dialogue for everyone. That rarely happens in something like Ace Attorney. Yeah, right? Like, I really like it.
I've seen those earmuffs before.
Even if some of
They're
the
ones
dialogue is
Fitz always
very
wears when he's out the front garden.
short, right? It's nice to have something.
Whenever I've seen him, yes. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
All right.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Later.
It's tidier than my desk.
Same.
Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
I do need to clean my desk off a little bit.
Even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Let's have a look. What can we see? Oh, so he would have had a good view.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
But you can't see behind the painting.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
That could be.
I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. I can just about see the gramophone.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there like a hidden room up there, maybe?
Room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
Okay, that's a good.
Tower opposite this one.
That's a good thing to notice. Okay.
Is this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
It's more of a spying telescope then. Okay.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
Look at it.
I would look at it.
Yeah, see? Right? Okay, let's have a look closer.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside.
This is very old school.
How old is this thing?
Rotate the 5 planets, sun and the moon around the middle. Okay, so it's shadows. So I need to do something with the shadows, I'm guessing. Huh. So I think I see what we need to do, I think. So the sun needs to be... Does it? Sun and the moon around the middle. Maybe not. I know it probably has to do with the shapes here. And I mean, to be fair, you can kind of make a triangle. I don't know if you could really do that with the sun right there, though. Or the moon, fucking Earth, I mean. But I feel like that's what we need to do. We need to find a way to give it the same shape. I don't think that's gonna happen, though. I mean, it might be able to. Okay, so those two are together. Oh, wait, no, I see. I think I see. Yeah. So it has to be something kind of like that. Then that. Now this one might be a bit on the tougher side. I need to use these two in tandem together like that. There you go. I think that's it.
That's the one.
There we go. Nailed it.
Hey, not bad.
There you go. Not bad. All right. Doing good.
That? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
Very satisfying, says Bass. It
A
was.
bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
The golden bug. Various research notes and diagrams. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton, composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss. Records of over 95 decibels. That's okay. And by being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those who see it.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
In a moment, I want to ask this fella about this thing that we found.
So, we found some research.
I did.
What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower.
Not
I'm
true.
not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
There you go. Look at that, right?
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something
Suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Yeah, I mean, let's literally do it right now. I mean, we're here, right? Okay, my
So-
good sir, you're under suspicion.
What interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values.
Of course he
unless I'm
doesn't.
sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh?
Uh-huh.
Go on.
Uh-huh. You discovered a meteor is heading straight for Earth. Trying to get a planet named after yourself. You're really not interested in astronomy at all.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Bugs. Bugs. The golden beetle.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, we know some things about your telescope. Pointer's telescope was sneaking up on. Was actually looking at the crime scene. And not up at the sky?
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
Nah.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Yes, because that's true.
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
It's probably accurate,
Might
yeah.
not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand.
Probably
Freya
accurate.
was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens, too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
Interesting.
Well, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
That part's not true.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Later. I have other things to check out, other suspicions to try and sort. Yeah, and I want to go up there as well. Okay, first let's go over here.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I
The
still
beetle.
have no intention of disclosing that information.
It's a golden beetle.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
The golden beetle.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So,
I like
that's what you're
Hawkshaw.
looking for in the greenhouse?
I think she's pretty
This
cool,
beetle?
actually.
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What are you looking, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Doesn't know how to use it. Not a microscope at all. Oh, I don't know, actually. Could it be broken? What have I learned about the microscope? I feel like she'd know how to use it. It does kind of seem like a microscope. What have I learned about it? Is it broken? What do I know about the microscope? What did I learn the other day? I believe she would know how to use it. I think it's broken. What was that? This came down briefly.
It's broken and doesn't work.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope.
Okay, I was wrong about that one. So I got that one incorrect. It's not a microscope at all.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
There you go. That was my second guess. Don't know what I really. What did I learn about microscope? I did learn something about microscope the other day, but it's completely lost me. Fifi did mention something about it though. I'm pretty sure. Telescopic? I think it's telescopic, not microscopic. I'm pretty sure. Yes, I'm pretty sure she called it a telescope. I think. So a handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, which makes it the murder weapon, which means Hawkshaw lied about it.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment.
I get it.
I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree.
So I want to just point out here how I really like how Hawkshaw, I want to call her Henshaw, how Hawkshaw is not the kind of character you'd expect. I remember when I first saw Henshaw, first I thought it was a dude just because of how she looked. And then when you know it's a she, you'd expect still kind of like a more mean kind of voice, right? And more one of like, well, I know I'm better than you. But I never really got that vibe from like the way she talked. I know she would even talk in a way that kind of implied that she was... there's something that was said when I first met her that gave this vibe of... She's clearly very intelligent, knows what she's talking about, but she isn't like, you know, the I'm better, the I know more kind of person, right? And now we're seeing here she still has a lot of that kind of like childish thought process of like, well, I have the telescope. I was kind of hoping the famous professor that I know of would be able to sign it, right? It's like, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say childish, but like more of a, like that's not something you'd expect someone like serious and like looking like her, like with her little Harry Potter scar on her cheek, right? To like want. You wouldn't expect that. So I think it's actually pretty cool. I like that.
Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated.
Rhea.
My lead suspect is your murder victim.
There you go. That's pretty easy. Now, what's up here in the secret room? On the attic. Oh, that's spooky. Oh.
It's a statue of a wolf.
That's creepy, dude.
Standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Oh. I don't like that.
Just dusty junk.
Really? Nothing in the chest?
Just
Okay.
dusty junk.
What's this?
What is that?
I was kind of expecting for us to, like, have to find it. Me too, actually.
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Fishing rod. A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope. That seems very fishing roddy to me.
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
You could have seen her perfectly from here.
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Huh. Okay. So someone would have had the perfect view. Huh.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
But I want to. But I don't see any puzzle in this room. That's interesting.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Just dusty junk.
Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing too much up here.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
Apparently, yes. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing much in the way for me to investigate up here, so that's interesting. Okay. It's finally time to do it.
Nice. A real treasure.
How do you know?
Plus, there's a treasure map.
I was clearly very off with my guess of the bird puzzle. So I'm thinking I'm probably just off by like a tiny smidge here. I probably will ask for a hint. Actually, Bass, because I know you know this. I know you know this. If I could have a hint, I would appreciate. Because I know I was close. I have to have been close, right? I had to have been close. Because I feel like it is this, but there's nothing that tells me that it's good. The perspective of the photo shows that they're not equal distance away from each other. Okay. Okay, see, that's something... I think that's something I did consider. Or at least I thought about it. Because I was thinking to myself too, right? That maybe this would be like off to the side. And I think I even said that actually. That like the birds make sense if they're farther away. Because they're not equal distance. And if that's the case... This looks close. Slightly farther away, very far away birds. Because that's a good point, because we don't see the island that this is actually situated on. So we're close to the sea serpent. I think. So which direction would I need to be facing? Let me see here. Because it's on the left from the direction that you're looking at in the photo. That's the thing though, I knew this was too easy. I knew this one was too easy. So you're on the island. Wherever it is, you're on the island. The sea serpent is the closest thing that you can see, with a tree way off in the distance. And the birds could just be also far off in the distance. The birds are a little hard to suss out, to be honest. So let's try to think based on which islands I could be standing on, because we're standing on an island. We're standing on it. That much is clear. So we're standing on this island, and we have the sea serpent to the left. We should have a tree to our left as well, but we don't. I mean, right. I'm right, not left. So this, in theory, probably isn't correct. Plus, I assume we'd see the sea serpent if we're facing that way. I don't believe this would work facing this way. See, if we're standing facing out here, assuming that's farther to the left, because this isn't really, it's not really too far to our left. Yeah, it's actually very fitting that this one is giving me the most trouble for the moment, because I'm really bad with maps in real life. My sense of direction is awful. Like I've literally lived in the same place for like most of my life at this point now, I think. But I can't tell you street names, and I can tell you roughly the direction where something is, but I couldn't really like give you any cliff notes, right? Like I couldn't say like, oh yeah, you go that way, take a left on this street, and then go down straight until you hit this street, which case you want to hit that, and then take a circle, and then go that way, right? I couldn't do that. There is no way. What if this itself is also some kind of trick? No, it can't be. Can't be. Could it? No, it can't be. 'Cause this is a little farther away. Like realistically, it shouldn't really be that hard just because I'm like on an island. The tree is far off in the distance. See, this one going, like, this one isn't really too bad of a guess. But, like, I don't have the sea serpent. This isn't too bad of a guess either, but I still don't have the sea serpent. Bass says that's understandable. I keep hearing that you should try and take, like, try a different route home sometimes. Though it also might not be the best idea. I mean, maybe, like... I don't know, I've just always been bad with directions, even in video games, weirdly enough. In video games, I'm also really bad with directions. Like, I know whenever I used to play Minecraft, I would regularly get, like, lost, right? I would go off on my own little adventure, and I would kind of lose track of where I was. Now, if I didn't have something to, like, kind of guide me back, like a map or something. I see it. We're on this island. We're on this island looking out to the west. We're looking out to the west. That's what we're doing. We're looking out west because I can see it now. I see it. I got it in my head. First off, thank you, Bass, for your hint. Your hint was see, that's why I like your hints. Your hints are really good, but they don't directly tell you, right? Which I really like. You're a really good hint giver. Because you mentioned perspective. That still didn't give it to me straight away. Maybe I'm just dumb, but it still didn't give it to me straight away. But then I'm looking at this here and I see, okay, that's on the left. That's closest to me. This rock is a little bit farther away, but it matches up on the side. And then you have the birds and the trees. That matches perfectly. So we're looking west on H6. Let's go.
That's done it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Thanks, Bass.
Neat. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Ah, a model resembling child with green hair. With gray hair. A woman with gray hair. A red and white beard and a broad-shouldered man. The wooden models have been hand-painted. The paint is not skillfully applied. A pot of red paint and a brush is lying nearby. The brush has some dried red paint on it. Thank you for the posture check on the hydrate. Let me just get him talking really fast. I might as well have him talk about all the other things I found since.
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive.
Drink my bottle of
but
water.
a little miserable for my tastes. My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Ah, so
Do you
good.
know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects.
She seemed very multi-talented.
Not in an evil way, in a good way. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really?
Really?
How odd.
How so?
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
And the horn.
Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
Tots just subscribed. Hey, Tots. Welcome back to the stream, friendo. How you doing today? And yeah, thank you very much for kindling the bonfire, my friend. How is it going? How are you doing? Just playing some Tangle Tower, you know, having a good time.
Things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Using my
You
thinking
feel sorry
brain.
for them in that little cage.
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
I don't think that's true. I don't think they could.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
Okay. That's his brainlet. I am being a bit of a brainlet. I'm not gonna lie.
Goodness
It's okay. I'm
me.
working out most of the puzzles on my own. Most of the puzzles I'm nailing. Only a couple I've needed hints for. Only a couple.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
Music.
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Ah, you lie. It's Poppy. I know you know.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
I should show that to Fitz.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements. But it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
Alright.
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
What's this all about?
All right.
Some kind of rare jewel?
It's a bug.
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Man, if we ever find an animal made out of gold, rip to that thing. I'm gonna just say right now, it's not gonna survive more than a week.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
And tell me about your painted models.
Found it.
Tell me about your Warhammer figures.
What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
Okay. Seems fair. Yeah, I never got to ask you about any of these people.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the
Fiona, Fifi. I guess that's true. I guess it works.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
Okay. Beth says we already have a story about a golden goose to prove it. True. Tell me about Poppy.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Penelope
I'm curious what he has to say about Pointer, Professor Pointer.
She struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
And Pointer.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon?
Yeah, they cut themselves off there. That's interesting.
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old
He does.
Pointer, just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Okay. And now we're done with him. We got all the
There's
goodies.
Something about Felix's painting supplies.
Yep.
Something
Suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Yeah, I'm literally right here. I may as well.
Something
Oh!
about the image of Flora in the painting. Something
Suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later. Alright.
So,
You're kind of sus, my dude.
about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it.
No, it's a very
Used
suspicious.
it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. I'm pretty sure.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine.
There's cracks on it?
Proof.
I didn't even notice.
Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
Okay, that should be pretty easy. So Felix's red paint. It does not have a crack. Let me see. I mean, the only other thing I could really compare it to would be Freya's paint supplies. Yes, because these ones have the squiggle label. This one has a mountain label. So the labels.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Yeah. So the label here. Well, I mean, I guess Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot. Stolen and replaced with... But the lids were swapped to hide it? I mean, the lids... they are different, actually. And used as the murder weapon. Yeah, the paint, clearly. But the lids were swapped to hide it.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Big brain. Big brain only sometimes, but big brain. I try.
Anyway, and none of this is connected to your murder.
Let me see here. Why is it irrelevant to the murder? I mean, blood was used to fill up this red paint pot. Before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Blood.
I didn't get it.
To fill up this red paint.
I'm missing like one thing.
Before Freya used it to paint Flora. Nope.
Okay, just nope. I almost big brained it. After Freya used it to paint Flora?
Blood
no.
was used to fill up this red paint pot after Freya used it to paint Flora. That's not right.
That's the first time I've missed it twice. Yeah, I know it was blood. By Freya several weeks ago.
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot by Freya several weeks ago. That's not right either.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure I got this right. Yeah, because it's even like telling me here, Freya didn't actually have any red paint in her pot. It's because I know it's blood. I know this was filled with blood. Unless I just got this wrong. Oh, blood. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. No, I got these backwards. That's it. This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora. There you go. I just had that backwards.
Somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
That says you got paint without the T. I like that.
That's definitely something. Right. Fine. Here's the story.
Okay, please share.
I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it for my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question.
Yeah, of course not.
It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Okay. So I can question her. Probably should. I mean, we're not gonna get much out of her, but suspicion.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
Exactly. It's so mysterious, dude. It's not a knife.
It's not a knife.
Can we get her to
To
speak?
compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
It's a feather, dude. Like, we've been over this. It's a feather of this. Cause like, look at it. It's near exactly the same.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The painted knife and a feather is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape,
Uh-huh.
but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Yes, there is actually, because we have some minis.
This little
Because look at that.
I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
Okay, time to do big brain work. Did she keep an ink dip bird in the attic? The ink dip bird betrayed Flora, so she ate. Oh wait, was it like several birds betrayed? Yeah, I kind of like that idea actually. Was Penny's pet? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, was it? It's probably Flora's pet. The ink dip bird is Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to destroy later. To remember it by.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet, and it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Maybe.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Like in the egg.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally, this is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
The egg. It all makes sense now.
But we opened it.
It's all coming together.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty.
She gonna speak?
Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There's a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya. X. She doodled it.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Later. I have more things to discuss. Where would I even do that? Can I just like do that whenever I want now? Was this crab always here?
This wasn't here before.
I was gonna say.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two, Freya? A wooden toy of some kind, a layer of dark ink lays beneath a sheet of glass. I forget, is there an ink like that that moves? I don't remember. Or like that goes to music? I don't quite recall. Well, I know what to do.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Unless she's
Why
not
don't we
really
check
dead.
the handwriting with Freya's diary.
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
Now this has gotten creepy.
no, it's confirmed.
It's like ferromagnetic material. I've seen it in a side center. Okay, that's cool.
We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
That's pretty spooky, though.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Tangle Tower, unfinished business. Continue. All right. That's interesting. So, is there anything new now? No. I presume most of this is all the same. Okay, so I have ideas. How'd I go over the crime scene? Or do I do that there?
The outline of Freya Fellow. There's a single patch of no real...
That's weird.
Yeah, it's
Her
just the
feet-
same.
So she
Let's check the case file again.
Yeah, okay, no, it's all just the same as earlier. Yeah, we gotta try it, because, okay.
It's piano music.
Okay, so I don't really need to mess with this anymore, I guess, unless... Okay, no, it's not really working here. Oh, wait. Is it doing it? It's not saying is one solid mass long enough for me to really be able to tell. I know that has to be it, though. Maybe. Like, I'm pretty sure. Maybe if I get her to play the music again? Or can I just do it here? I could get her to play it again. Can you play a tune for us?
Play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
I can't check it here.
Yeah, it's mine.
Or am I just good now? Yeah, the crab toy, yeah. Okay, so we got one, so do I need multiple? I might need multiple. Like simple music. Okay, what happens if I go here? Because there is something here. Is this just us going over the case? Yes. The crime
We know
scene.
a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. Definitely not. Freya stabbed by a knife, or is there blood on the painting? Well, blood from the paint pot was used to paint the tip of the paint and ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife? To prove the existence of magic. I don't know quite about that.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble
I dropped my
a
water.
knife.
Oops.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question.
Uh-oh.
Why?
Water's
Either
down there
it's a very
somewhere.
strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot.
Shoot. Oh,
and
it's
hid
fine.
that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It
Yes.
stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora
There you go.
lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
Same, actually.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
I was gonna say, I don't think that seems likely.
How about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Could be. Could be. Okay, suspect statements.
All the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the
She had her
unfinished
father
painting.
and Fifi
Took me down
too.
to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
See, Bath says, I really like how these statements are coming together. Me too, actually. I like how they did that. Very clean. Very nice. Okay. So, let's see. Maybe I do need to let it play through. Yeah, because this is the humming.
Weird.
It's someone humming it too.
Yeah. It's all coming together. Okay, now what about this? I know we had this play before, but I'm wondering if it'll... Because it's still the piano, but I'm just wondering if it'll be different at all.
Piano music.
Because I need a few more. I need like 2 more for the crab. I could just take guesses. I don't think that's quite as fun. So I need something besides the piano and besides humming. Presumably. I'm not too sure. Birds, maybe. So I got the piano from her. I got the humming from the gramophone. There's nothing I could have missed, I don't think. Right? Wait a second. I'm curious, because I haven't talked to him about the thing I found here yet. Yeah, the loot statue.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
Yeah, relatable. that is quite relatable. Okay, what about the real thingy?
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Okay, may as well just finish up his
Piano
stuff.
music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
No
No.
idea.
Okay, the
We
feathers.
found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever.
I mean,
You
yeah.
can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Painted
That's
models.
quite sweet, really.
And Flora's drawings.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note in the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
Now, do I need to show the drawings to people, I
A little
wonder?
chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
I'm still not too sure what the deal with this is either.
Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
See, I can't think of anything else that would get me a thing for the crab. So how many of these do I need? I need 4, right?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Yeah, so I can't match it
Let's
quite
come
yet.
back later.
So I need 2 more things. Oh, well, what can I get? Like, I can think of birds. Unless I just need to show the drawing. Do you remember what was on the statue again? Like this one?
I'm
Oh,
still
wait
not
a
sure
minute.
about this thing.
Should we take
You're
another look?
right. You're right, Bess. Because now we have a bell, we have lips for the thing, and we have that. We have piano. So I got the humming and the piano. I need the bird and the bell.
Let's
Ah.
come back later.
Very good, very good. So I need something with a bell. But I don't remember where a bell would be. I was right about birds, though. The wind chimes. Maybe. That's not a bell, but I mean that's probably as close as I'm gonna get to a bell. I think.
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Mm-hmm. Rare specimen, spy on Fitz and Poppy. Can you get a bird
Looks
to
a
sing
little
this, perhaps?
simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
Man, what a bitch.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea. Lovely. Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
I was gonna see, like,
Most
literally right now.
ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
See, Bass says that joke doesn't really work in Canada, although I don't know how many grades there are in piano. Yeah, I couldn't really say either, to be honest.
Fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Yeah, I'm still not sure on that one.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. What's that bird? But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Yeah, just same thing. How would I? Birds and bells and bells and birds.
What are they?
Wind chimes. Silent wooden wind chimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember there being birds here the first time. A bird song. So I need a bell. Where would there be a bell? Of any sort. A bell, a bell. A bell? A bell. A bell! There's a doorbell out here. Yeah, here we go. There we go. There we go. We got it figured out.
That's all formalities, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Yes.
Let's try this again.
Okay, let's figure this out. So,
you know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
So it's that. I suppose this, although that looks more rounded at the bottom, but I guess it's that. And this is that, and this is that.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing.
What?
Maybe it's broken.
Nah.
Wait
a minute.
Do you hear that?
Oh my god. Okay.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Well, let's go down. Let's see what's down here then. Underneath. Okay, all right. Yeah, into the belly of the beast, right? So some kind of little experiment room.
It looks like they're being boiled.
Did Freya do this?
Liquid is ice cold.
Liquid nitrogen, huh?
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
You know, I just want to point out how in the library all the bug books were missing. This would explain a lot of that.
What's in there? Nine beetles. All different, all dead.
Huh.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. 9 beetles. There's mostly numbers. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal.
It does.
Compared to the beetles behind the glass. Bugs. Big ones.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near those.
They're made of metal.
Oh, if they're made out of metal, then that's fine. I don't really mind.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Anything in the drawers?
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
What's this?
Hand-drawn entomology charts.
What's this stuff?
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
Do you have a key in here?
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
Yeah, this is pretty strange.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Diagonally slide the latches until they're in the correct position. I see. Okay. Okay. This shouldn't be too bad. So we just need to connect these. Presumably. That doesn't really work, though. Nah. Okay. Okay. So they can go over each other. Gotcha. So we just need to connect them. But this needs to go up a little bit further. That doesn't make any sense. I can't move it out any further, I don't believe. So this, in theory, is really the only way that works. Okay. We just need to look like they're connected. Yes. No. It's like that, though. This is very complex, but I think... No. Because right now it's going this way. I can't really make it do that. That's the only thing that really makes sense there. Now it's all messed up, though. Okay. So it needs to go down to at least there. But it can't. So it can't be blocking it either. There's no point in moving it down there, but I could continue moving it straight. To which... I need to move it there. That's probably the only way it really works. We could continue moving it straight again, but that doesn't really... Or does it? It needs to be faked. It needs to be faked just a little bit. Wait. This is gonna make all the difference, I bet. Oops. Yes, because then we have it go like that. That should be it, I think. Let's see. Yep.
No, that was it.
There you go. Not bad. Apparently piano has 8 or 10 grades depending. Okay, that's pretty neat.
Nice work.
Well, thank you for looking that up.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
A folder containing research notes and diagrams. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected. Huh. These are quite some notes. Egg. Huh. Alright.
Whose research is this?
It's Freya's.
This is some seriously in-depth research.
It has to be Freya's.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
I know what that could be. That has to be the opened letter? No, this. The golden beetle.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know.
That's
about
true.
this
It could be
entrance.
Pointer's, actually, yeah.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here,
What
why
would
would
Freya,
he need to
though?
lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
See, I was thinking it was Freya's because he was implying that she was sneaking around and doing stuff with presumably the golden beetle. I'm thinking maybe he was right. Pointer. Has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
That makes sense to me.
Why? Because it's rare?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he
I like
cares
how
about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix.
Yeah, I do like how all of a sudden the story's taken like quite a bit of a turn now, where it's like, I don't know, I feel like I'm in Resident Evil or
If he
something.
can breed his own gold.
Probably it's because of the underground laboratory.
Is looking pretty.
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure.
True, it's even under
not
fountain.
naive.
Good point.
I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Let's go. Oh, we go down even further? Lowest level. I didn't even know there was a lowest level. What's this?
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Ah, no.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Look at that. The thread, too. It's a harpoon. So I was kind of right. It was kind of related to a fishing rod. A slick but sturdy metal rod. It has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip, like an arrow, or the hand of a clock. Has a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly cleaned and polished.
So what's the photo?
I see. Interesting. So that's young Flora with the ink dips. And I presume her dad. It's been framed, but it's slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
I do. But before we do that, let's have more of a look around.
Single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
That would be really creepy. Huh. Yeah, amphoby? Oh boy. We'll have a look at all of these though. These are all over the place here. Because you have the amphoby, which has statues all over the place. You have the ink dip, which we have the feather of. You have the soul bearer, which is like the crab thing that we got. Almost exactly, actually, because you even have the little the little tiny claw right up there too. And then you have the silver snake, which we've seen a little bit of. Plus, you know, we're literally in its statue's mouth right now. Misted of the Sea and Sky, a children's picture book. It looks very old. The ink dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. A silver snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Really? The soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. And the amphobe, a frog-like creature walking on 2 legs.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Study.
Hmm.
Wait.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember there being a study.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
The aquarium is blocking the door.
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context. That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now. It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Interesting.
Yeah.
And this is where we are now.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
Everything else does seem pretty good, though. Misted Mansion.
Misted Mansion. North side cross-section. Is it not Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
Okay, interesting. We're learning a fair bit here.
This seems pretty significant.
It does.
Agreed.
Roll of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. Yeah. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage. Room labeled studies in the center. That's a good point. I didn't catch that, actually.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure.
It's an old coat
2
rack.
cloaks.
I don't know why I did that twice.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake.
Yep, this is indeed a turn. Oh, wait. The gap was annoying me. Wait, which gap?
Right.
I don't blame you, though.
But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White,
You mean the gap in the map? Yeah. Okay. Fair. I get what you mean. Yeah.
No plants. No anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Man, I will say there's a lot of tower to untangle here. A lot of tangles to untower, whatever. There's a lot going on.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with 1 candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom.
Yes,
Not
typically.
lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something. From
Statue.
one of our clues.
He is very reminiscent of this guy here, I believe. Just seeing if there's anything else that it might be. Nah, it's this.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, makes sense when you know who he is.
Lord Fellow. Right? Yeah? Yeah, she's not a Remington or a
Lord
Pointer.
Fellow.
Yeah.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, It makes sense when you know who he is.
Oh, okay. So it just kind of resets it. Lord Remington. Right? I don't remember the family tree. I looked at it the very first time I went in there. Didn't look at it since.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
All right.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall.
Yeah, let's.
I want to find that last room.
Same, actually. And I don't think there's anything else down here anyway. So, let's go do it. The Grand Hall. Oh, it's dark. Okay.
Wow.
Ugh, spooky.
Dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on. It's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Ooh, yeah, very Resident Evil. Let's go.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Yes. To the final room, I believe, anyway. The Hidden Heart. Oh, wow. Okay, that's nice. That's a good name for it. Oh, hello.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
So you have the crab, you have the serpent or silver snake. You have, what else? I guess the ink dip, maybe. Huh.
Is that a crab?
It's a big ass
It's
crab.
got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see.
Oh, you
its
can.
insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3?
Typically. Is it moving?
You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
The limbs of the creature can be rotated and claws can be opened or closed. I don't actually remember.
This crab really reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
In the book? That'd be my guess. Open, open, closed. And doing like a little dance, right? Doing the little Adventure Time Jake dance.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also, crab.
It's meh. Meh. Okay.
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need
Oh.
to guess.
What do you mean?
Wait, no, I see
We
what I
have all
did
the
wrong.
information we need in our case file.
Yeah, no, because this has to go up a little bit.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere before.
Okay, wait, hold on.
This crab really. Yeah, I think I've seen it more.
Hold on. What did I miss in the book? Oh, the legs as well? Okay, I probably forgot about the legs. So meh. Maybe?
Is that a
It's
also crab?
Can I move the legs? Nah. Okay, so meh. And I'm pretty sure that was closed. Right?
I guess that's
I don't think we have all the information we need in our.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing.
Or was one of these closed?
Nope.
Wasn't
The
this?
children's book. Nope.
Wasn't
The
this?
children's book.
This crab really.
Wait,
Yeah, I think I've
what?
seen it.
Okay, wait. What am I overlooking? Yes, I thought I got that correct. The Darkened Hall is extremely Resident Evil, and so is the name. That name, yeah, right. I don't know. Maybe because I feel like I'm doing it correctly.
It's also
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
This crab. Yeah, I think I've seen it more.
Let me have a look at the arms then. straight and then pointed up. Okay. So that's what I was doing wrong.
Also...
Pointed like that. Straight, pointed, up, open, open.
Perfect.
There you go. Thanks, Bass.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
A crossbow. Well, that's unexpected.
What is it?
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
We're talking terror bird kind of territory.
Stop talking about it.
What's this?
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
See, this itself also seems oddly Resident Evil to me. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Maested Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces crudely covered with black ink.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Definitely.
It's a wooden pinboard. Hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features drawings resembling the silhouettes of a cloaked figure. This is like the drawing she did, isn't it? You even have the lines kind of in the same areas, I think.
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Ooh, and that's
Maybe
spooky.
It's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe.
Is that an incinerator?
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. 5th Ambassador located. Finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my Maested friend into the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved, but I know it's time. Which I believe does go along with the other paper that we found, I think. Maybe. Guns?
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Let's see, Bass is gonna head out for a quick bit to do an errand. I won't be long. Alright, sounds good, friendo. Thank you very much for letting me know, and thank you very much for Foster checking the hydrate. I will take care of both those things. Hopefully your errand goes smoothly.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
The crossbow. You can see it. You can see the outline.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
A coat? Not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red-colored scraps of fabric are visible. That's concerning.
Someone's been using this room.
Yeah, really? Really, Grimoire?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber.
More accurate.
Of Doom.
Even more accurate.
I don't
Study.
get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays, it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
Yeah.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Yeah, true. Let's go ahead and do that. So, this, I believe, is related to this. Yeah, because that even connects. So, yeah, I thought so. Now, this right here would be... This one I'm a bit less sure about. I want to say this, but I'm not too sure.
That doesn't seem right.
We need something that could attach to the pinboard.
Yeah. I'm not too sure what would, though. Oh, wait. Something from here, maybe. No? Maybe? I don't believe so. See, because whatever it is, it has a rip in it. I think. This? No. That doesn't make sense either. This, the Hinshaw drawing. That's the cloaked figure. That makes sense.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. As for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else.
Yeah, they did look pretty
with less
different.
of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
5 people.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people?
Nope.
Here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Yeah, no, they're all like the parents, I'm guessing.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
Well, I have an idea. Yeah, we found them already.
We found them already.
Yeah. Because this part right here, I believe, is attached to this.
I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part.
Okay, fine, fine. Which part am I looking at? Then, this part. Yeah, that's the small lens. And then we have this part, which is the metal rod. And then this part here is the spool. The harpoon, yeah, it's like a harpoon gun, basically.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Yeah, like that would explain why we don't have like the actual like weapon there too at the crime scene, because it was reeled back in, I guess, right?
Time to solve this.
Oh, we're at the actual solving part. Machinations of
Alright.
murder.
Break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene?
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
See, this is the hard part, right? Because, like, in theory, it should be this way. But we do know that there is a hole in the ceiling, which it could have also been shot from. I mean, they're giving us the clues for it to be from above. I just don't know who would have done it. That's really the only mystery.
It was fired from above, Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there.
That is true, we did.
It was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Fired diagonally, it could have been, but I don't think that would have been possible. Freya would have already been lying on her back. That's the only thing that really makes sense with that. I don't know how that would cause, though. I don't know how that would happen. If she was using her blood to paint, she could have just fainted. That would be my guess.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd already been killed. She fell unconscious. You use that much blood to paint, you're probably gonna lose a bit, right?
Fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
I could be wrong. Tots says, "Wow, just use your little noodle." I'm trying, Tots. I'm trying. I don't think it would have been the paint fumes. I don't think it would have been Flora, though. Could be the gramophone. I'm trying to think how that would make sense. I thought it would have been like the fact she used her blood. The fact that she utilized her blood, but I'm not really too sure. I don't think it would have been Flora, would it? But Flora was also on the ground. How would the gramophone have done it? Unless there was a tape in there that made an earth-shattering kaboom. That could have been it.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Was the music being played? There was something in the gramophone. Right? It could have been the music being played. I'm just not too sure. It's either this one or this one. If I had to guess, because we've seen evidence of there being stuff in like gramophones before, like the glass that we found shattered. But we could argue that was the music too. Something was in the gramophone. If it's not this one, then it's this one.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
Something small. Something small. A damaged tape. Like it could be related to the horn statue. I don't know if that's what it's trying to go for. I'm trying to think what it's trying to imply. Oh, wait, it could be implying something from here too. It wouldn't be any of these, I don't think. See, the burnt items. I don't know about these burnt items. I'm gonna try this just because it's showing the glass in there. But I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't think it's this, but I'm gonna try it.
That's not it.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Like the cracked tape?
That's not it.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. The damaged tape.
That's not it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The burnt items?
That's not it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not using my little noodle very well, Tots. Well, I mean, if she's already lying on her back, the potted flower. No, that wouldn't make sense. I mean, I don't think it's the gramophone inside the gramophone. What am I thinking of? It's not the sheet music. The potted fruit? I don't think so. This one I'm not entirely sure on. Wouldn't be the metal rod, because that was with the... What was hiding in the gramophone? Wouldn't be the trowel. That wouldn't make sense, would it? The crumpled paper? The crumpled paper, maybe. Because, like, would that, like, if it, like, I don't know, would that hit her?
That's not it.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sally. I'm sorry, all right? Would be the 4 fillers, because we didn't find that there. How come I'm dumb? Hey, welcome back, Bess. What was hidden inside the gramophone? What was hiding in the gramophone? This one I could just pick literally any, like, it's not this,
That's
right?
not it.
And of course not. Maybe the golden beetle. Was it the golden beetle?
Research says it can emit an incredibly loud
that's true. 95 dB.
Both said they heard a loud noise.
I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so. Not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn is playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Which is also why she wouldn't know.
It's pretty clear.
What happened?
The powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Was affected by the powerful frequency? Well, the gramophone for one, but if we're talking about how powerful it was, we also have the paints that were also cracked.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack
It's like,
enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Imagine a little beetle, like, owning you like that.
That's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further
earmuffs.
from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
They protected themselves.
How?
with the earmuffs.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait, while listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it.
I mean, this all seems pretty good.
There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Okay, we can do that. Okay, what's bothering you? Oh, do I gotta look myself?
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Is it? It is. Wait.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
What? Okay, I'm looking. I see it. Or do I gotta, like, do that? Okay. That is correct. Is that what you wanted me to see? Egg?
It's dark.
Or do I gotta look at this?
The answer is in the paint.
There you go. Okay, that's what I had to do.
Sure of it.
There's another pot.
I can see the stars.
Okay, wait. I'm meant to be here, right? Like here specifically?
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Well, wait. Is it talking about the Okay, never mind. I thought maybe it was talking about the eye up on the roof that I checked out before, but the missing clue.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here.
Okay, so I just had to look
the thing
around.
we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
The feather.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it here. No, we didn't. Yeah, we never found it.
We never found it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
Where did it go? I don't think we found. Well, we found it, I guess. Found it here in Flora's tower.
Here in Flora's tower.
You sure about that?
Okay, fine.
Not entirely.
Okay, fine.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
We found it somewhere else.
Where'd we find it? Like, it's not here, is it? Like, is that supposed to be it? See, I thought, is it? Here, that's where we found it. It was burned. That's what that was. Okay. I didn't clue into that. I didn't clue into that straight away.
little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
There's more than one criminal.
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
I mean, if she left the clue, then it's in the unfinished painting.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
How did Freya show us her intentions for the painting? How did she show us her intentions for the painting? The opened letter? Drown on the other sheet?
That's not it.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I want to make sure. Do I need to use the portrait?
That's not it.
Okay, I wasn't too sure about that either. So this then.
That's not it.
Never mind. No, man, okay, clearly I've gotten really bad suddenly. How did Freya show us the intentions for the painting? Her intentions for the painting. How did she show us her intentions for the painting? Is it in her case file? No, I don't believe so, right?
That's not it.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think so. I mean, it would have been like maybe her drawings? Like one of her drawings at the very least. Probably, maybe? The brush and palette.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need.
That's right. I didn't even think about that. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Isn't actual paint, was added by the murderer, dipped into the canvas from... The blood. Brown and gray paint, yellow paint. Butterfly's dress, strapped by the inked bird, something sitting in the window. Which Freya had lost. Potted plant. Yeah, see this. See, I thought that was a little bit weird because I did mention that this was showing 2 pots. I don't know what color that would be necessarily. Brown and gray. Wouldn't be black. Something sitting in the window. The only thing, I don't know which color that would be. That'd be like brown and gray, I guess. Was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Brown and gray.
Not quite.
Was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
It's probably the paint that we used, like maybe with black paint.
The black paint
Nah.
was going to be used to paint
Not
the
quite.
sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
The blood? The blood on the brush?
Blood on the brush was
Nah.
going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
I mean, if it's only one thing, then it's the paint. Right?
The blood was going to be used
Isn't this
to
the only
paint
thing?
the
Or I
sketch
guess in theory you could say it's any of the
sitting in
colors, I
window.
guess.
Almost. Maybe just change.
Isn't actually paint because was added by the murderer. Dripped onto the canvas, was mistaked by Freya. Was going to be used to paint. I feel like it's this sketch Because, like, it's not finished. So it's the sketch. Which Freya had lost. Yeah, I think the color is the mistake, too. I think the rest of this is fine. Because brown and gray... Well, it's not yellow paint. Or would it be yellow paint?
Yellow
There you go, it's yellow paint.
Is going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
It's probably related to the ink dip bird here. Like that. No, it was this. Because that's yellow, isn't it?
That's not it.
Okay, fine. I thought maybe that was it.
That's not it.
Wait. Like, it's not the beetle. It's not the bird, is it? Like, no, like, it's literally... Like, it's the plant, right? This is yellow.
That's not it.
Man, I'm bad now. I was doing so well. I was doing so well, and then I lost it. Well, what was she gonna paint that would have been yellow? Like the beetle? That doesn't make sense. Or does it? Or is it the beetle? Something yellow in the window. I mean, like, the sketch looked like a plant, right? Or am I incorrect?
That's not it.
So I kind of wish I could go back and look. That's probably one thing that I would say that would be a nice change, is if I can go back and kind of relook at the context, just in case, just so I can look over it a bit more. Because now I've kind of gone through what I thought it would be. Now I'm not as sure. So I'm trying to think what would be yellow, because it looked like a plant to me. It looked like a plant, like in the window. So I kind of would like to be able to go back and have a little peek, but I'm not really too sure. Can you check the portrait again? Oh wait, I guess I can actually. I guess I can look at this. It's the only yellow thing left. So I mean, there, cause see, it looks like the plant. Check that. And this isn't it.
That's not
it. Yeah, like obviously. Unless, like, the sketch itself isn't necessarily the important thing. I did mention it. The bird? Oh, that's not a plant, is it? No, okay, I see. That's the trick. That's the trick. It looks like a plant, but it isn't. Because it looks a lot like that. But really, it's actually the bird here. Because it has the same general shape with the head. And we know this is the one that was flying around. That's actually really tricky. That's really tricky. It's pretty clever, though. Because, yeah, why would there be yellow? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, look, there it is.
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did.
Hey, Hotshot.
But she's a very good listener. Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Oh, it was a disguise. Penelope.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind.
Huh.
But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
I mean, I would want to say tie your hands. But... I mean... Yeah, tie your hands? I can use the real thing.
Lovely.
There you go.
Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Justice for Freya. Want to help Freya's friends? I just need to know the truth. Justice for Freya.
Justice for Freya.
It's all about justice.
Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just
why?
hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
Trapped like a bird in a
You know
cage.
what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't
That's
it?
actually really clever.
Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower. And you feel like you've got...
So does Hawkshot not really exist then?
Sussed. Unearthed.
Sussed.
Every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook.
No, it would have to. What?
Go on. Indulge me. What
Would have to be.
does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
Yeah, Hawkshot exists because she was just using the drawings as a reference point. That's right. About Penelope Pointer. I mean, probably lonely, to be honest. Lonely and wanting to be free. She could be a mystery, mind you. But I could get the vibe that she's lonely, which is why she surrounds herself by birds.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
Mm-hmm. That does seem pretty true.
Why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that. I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
This is really interesting.
Nothing
I don't know.
could do at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The attic? I mean, she would have known about the aviaries, the study, maybe. Maybe she found the study, because that was hidden away. Could have been the attic. I want to say the study.
The study, the one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to her bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night, deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end, the paint would peel, wallpaper.
Because that's where the incinerator is.
I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see
The
how
Misted
thorough
Mansion, huh?
you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
I mean... See, I don't think I've really heard the term misted. I mean, I assume they're like a crypto... Like a cryptid, sort of. So, yeah, kind of, I guess.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids?
Yeah, there you go.
Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan.
So, like, the frog guy is real?
Got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19,
and the sea serpent?
I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions
And the crab?
while at once
okay.
creating all new ones.
So in the study, something Penny found in the study that answered her questions. I'm gonna take a guess and say it was probably the children's book. Was that in the study? Or this? The group photo, probably.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed.
Okay.
From Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself. All empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts. The creatures themselves, all lost. Taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened?
Why'd
you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mistids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters.
Now explain the gun and the crossbow.
Completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
A lowly etymologist.
There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
Something from the era of Misted Mansion. The Golden Beetle?
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post?
The post?
From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft.
He seems like the kind of guy, yeah.
A private detective.
Yeah, so Hawkshot doesn't exist. Okay, yeah.
He arrived the next day.
That's so interesting.
Prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Or does Hawkshot exist? I guess she has to. No, yeah, she has to actually. And never mind. I think. Does she?
Somewhat sad to admit, but I had a little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshot afforded me new advantages. Opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets.
I'm trying to think how it works with the statement.
Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold.
Oh, that's real good.
It's not the 90% I'm interested in.
Almost pure.
Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique?
I wondered.
Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake. Before the lake was even a lake. Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here. A research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
The will of Freya Fellow. Interesting how they're making this like a chapter itself.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because if you look at this, it does have a very kind of Hawkshaw-like image, because you have the head, then you have the cloak, right?
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract.
And the face.
I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona.
I mean, that would make sense.
Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
Okay.
You
I
mean
mean,
it
yeah.
distracted them while you made
That
your
makes
escape.
sense.
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity.
I mean,
to
sure,
get
she
my
could have just
beetle
cheesed it.
back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
The bird. That's such a menacing bird, dude. Look at it. That's so menacing. Oh, it was the bird that did that. Man, that's spooky. That's really spooky. So the bird is the one that threatened the beetle? So she got away?
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
Huh.
You two all right?
The bird is the word, says
My
Tots.
head hurts.
How dare you?
What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle?
Oh,
In the
she's holding the
gramophone?
bird.
I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her.
No.
But who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened?
Poppy's kind of jelly.
What did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What?
Oh.
Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize.
Very
Poppy
nice.
seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the
Makes
boat.
sense.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
The beetle! Look at it.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again.
Be free, beetle. Oh,
I think that's what
Be
she
free.
would have wanted.
wow. That's interesting. That's an interesting end. Not incredibly happy of an ending, but a pretty solid one though. I thought that was pretty all right. There's no like other endings, is there? That's so interesting. That kind of reminds me of like how kind of an old detective show might end, actually. Right? Like that's the vibe I got. I don't know if that's what it was supposed to be, but that's kind of the vibe I get from it. Cause I don't know, like they're like I want to say there were quite a few maybe like older Sherlock Holmes episodes that may have ended the same way, where like so and so maybe got away, or yeah, just something like that, right? That was really good though. And off it goes. Bye, beetle. Curse of the Black Pearl, yeah. It's a good example, right? So, let me see here. Yeah, it got complete the game. That's good though. That was really good. Okay, well, there's someone on the Steam forum saying the ending was rushed. I don't think it was rushed. Like it's not the ending I expected. Okay, so even the dev came on and said that the ending could have had a little bit more meat to it. Definitely something I would improve in a future game. It's fairly subjective though, in terms of what kind of closure each individual player is expecting. I don't have any intention of fixing it, as it was the ending I intended the game to have. It resonates more with some people and with others, and that's okay. I would say thanks for playing. I'm glad you mostly enjoyed it, and please remember we are a tiny, tiny game studio, and this is really only the second time we've made a game like this. We're learning and improving all the time. I liked it. I personally liked the ending. Like I said, gave me a very melancholic, like kind of old school detective kind of ending, where the bad guy, well, you solve the murder, but the bad guy kind of gets away, but they don't get exactly what they wanted. Yeah, interesting, right? Very interesting stuff. Ooh, art gallery. I'd love to see the concept art. Dude, same. Yeah, like I was definitely gonna take care of this, because this unlocked as you went. Oh, look at that. Hold on. It's gonna send a little message to Megan here. One sec. Alright, sorry about that. That's a grimoire. So let's see here. What do we have? A lot of different kind of facial animations, which is interesting. It still kind of looked the same pretty much the whole way through. Grimoire is tricky to get right, as he needs to be a flexible mix of silly and heroic, lighthearted and dramatic. He has a somewhat pretentious manner, projecting the persona of someone more experienced than he actually is. Importantly, he can be totally sincere when he wants to be. I get that in the art. Yeah, you can zoom in a little bit. One of the challenges of Grimoire's design is his color palette. Brown, brown, and brown. He doesn't need to be a super colorful character. In fact, it's important to have contrast between the different characters. Still, look closely and you'll notice he is actually comprised of various pinks masquerading as browns. Yes, actually, I can see that. I can see that. It's like his coat is more pink-ish, I think, is the general idea, which I find interesting. Detective Grimoire is probably one of the more difficult characters to develop, as there's already a strong identity that existed in the previous games. There were 2 previous games, by the way. I did pick up one of them. The first one apparently isn't considered canon, but the other one on Steam, The Secret of the Swamp, is actually considered canon. So I do want to get to playing that sometime. Detective Grimoire was probably one of the more difficult characters to develop, as there was already a strong identity that existed in the previous games. I felt like he still needed to be the friendly, approachable gumshoe, so I tried to stick to round, gentle shapes while still exaggerating his features. I wanted to work towards an iconic silhouette. I wanted to really make sure I had a good grasp of how Grimoire would look from different angles before I tackled his animation. He got a bit of a penchant for performance and overwrought gestures, and I think a lot of his personality comes from his movements. That said, I never want to try his bouncing hair again. Fair, probably. Probably very fair. Whoops. Yeah, she has a lot of really good animations here too. Hair kind of shaped like a rice ball, huh? But then you put out the poofs. I guess she had an extra thing apparently. I don't think they kept that, which is really interesting. I don't think she had the little extra thing at the end. But I could be wrong. I could just be misremembering. Sally appeared in the previous game with her hair down her back in a long plait. However, when redesigning her for this game, I quickly realized this made for a really cluttered silhouette, so I changed it to the bunches. A key aspect of Sally's face is her eyeshadow, accentuating her slightly unimpressed default facial expression. Yeah, this is what I'm pretty sure that's what they went with. Yeah, they got rid of the extra thing because it's unnecessary, really, to be fair. I like characters who wear those little jackets. To me, they give off a modern, adventurous energy, so I thought it would be a good outfit for Sally. Sally's personality expanded for this game. Her starting point is slightly bored, but just beneath the surface, she has a great deal of passion for detective work and life in general. Yeah, so this is her in the first game, I believe, from the screenshots I've seen. These drawings still show Sally wearing her hair down in the style from the previous game, although Catherine has already started looking for ways to give it a stronger silhouette. Wait, what's that in the bottom right corner? Oh. Little child? Sally? Or who is that in the bottom right corner? That might be a reference to the previous game. I can't really say. That's interesting, though. Oh, wait. Oh, they had an idea to have a child with you, too? That's interesting. You didn't know about the other two? Yeah, definitely. I don't know where you can find the very first one. I don't think that one's on Steam. I think the very, very first one was like a Flash game that I think they used as a test. I think it was on Armor Games, like going way, way back. I think I read it was on Armor Games or something. You can probably find it somewhere, like probably on one of those Flash emulator sites or downloads. You could probably find it there somewhere. But I think it was on the iOS as well. I don't quite remember. But the second and first canon game is on Steam. And then you have this one, and you have the new one coming out, which I'm looking forward to, especially after all this, right? These are the designs from a much older version of the game, long before it became Tangle Tower. You can see how both Sally and Grimoire are about halfway towards their Tangle Tower redesign. An early story idea was to include the little girl in the team. Obviously, we changed our minds. So she is probably from the swamp one. Sally was a tricky one to get right. She tends to understate her actions, but isn't above throwing in a little bit of pretentiousness. I like to think she's mocking how Grimoire indulges in theatrical gestures. I think the payoff is worth the effort, though, as she's one of the characters whose animations I'm most pleased with. Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan. Oh, that's weird. How they had like her nose like straight down that one time. That's really strange. I don't know why they do that. That's really creepy. I found the right shape for Flora really early on, and she set the stone for how weird the character designs could be. How far we could stretch them away from typical human anatomy. Flora wears a simple black dress with absolutely no detail at all. In fact, she exists entirely in monochrome, which hints at the bleak and mournful world in which she inhabits. Since Flora was a very quiet and reserved character, I felt like I wanted to show that in her design too. Adam's original sketches of her were very inspiring, and we didn't really move far from them. I really wanted to explore Flora's warm side, as her character felt quite steely and ghost-like. Yeah, look at that one down there, dude. That's spooky. Flora is an incredibly rigid character with minimal movement and poses. I really wanted to figure out a way to give her more energy and variety without losing the stoic appearance, including small hand gestures. I made a particular sketch with her hair flowing in the wind, and this became a great way to make her more animated. That's a good one, because I do like that animation. Yeah, this one right here. Flora moves less than anyone, but her one big animation is definitely the heaviest in the whole game. Thankfully, I'm a real sucker for flapping hair and fabric, so I relished as an excuse to go all out and make it really character defining. Please go and talk to her as much as possible so you can see it again and again. That's pretty good. Okay, it definitely looked older, like much older before. Our main idea with Felix was that he still stubbornly wears his adventure outfit, even though he's stuck indoors. I wanted Felix to look powerful, but somewhat gone to seed with age. Early on, he was a sailor and had a lot more nautical elements in his design, which explains the ship, I guess. That is his room. This design for Felix very nearly made it into the final game. We thought the big pompadour was fun since it looks like a wave or the hull of a ship. Then one day I decided I didn't like his face, so I totally changed it. Fun fact, Felix's dark green trousers are based on my own favorite trousers. Okay, that's fun. Felix is a washed-up old explorer, so I wanted to first understand what he may have looked like in his youthful prime, and what the older Felix may be trying to hold on to. I referenced good-looking actors from old adventure movies. Slick hair, chiseled jawline, and arching eyebrows. I enjoyed aging him up from this. Okay. Felix always had a nautical theme from the start, so I experimented with old sailor tattoos that could potentially animate during dialogue scenes. That would have been cool. This was a little out of the scope of in the end, but more simplified tattoos are made as part of his final design. Okay. Felix has a tricky and very specific head shape, so I spent some time figuring it out from different angles first. He was the second character I animated, and we used him as a testing ground for a lot of the technical challenges we'd face going forward. Also, tattoos are really annoying to animate, Jonathan, fair. You have similar plans, so you get that. Yeah, yellow fingerless gloves. Yeah, the fingerless gloves are pretty cool. Oops, I keep doing that. Fifi. Okay, so she was more like not stubby shaped, I guess would be the way to put it, like early on. Fifi was initially conceived as a character who would remain sitting down while you talked to her. I figured it would be fun to have her fiddle with her microscope or organize papers on her desk. Eventually I changed my mind, but perhaps this is why Fifi is so short. Interesting. Yeah, she went to... yeah, quite a few different little designs. Like, same idea for the face, but... Fifi's eyes ended up on the sides of her head. Combined with the shape of her hair, I always thought this made her look a bit like a rhinoceros. Fifi's eye lens was going to have an elaborate telescopic zoom function. This kind of gimmick has a habit of getting cut from the game. Lenses and microscopes were a big facet of Fifi's character, so it felt natural to incorporate that within her design, giving her a large lens to wear over one eye. It lent itself well to her looking like an eccentric inventor. Her hair is large and outgrown, tied half-heartedly into a bun. She doesn't care too much for appearance. Catherine. Yeah, so they had her doing the sleeve thing for, but now what are you, boy and stranger? That's definitely a reference, rather. You can't tell me that's not. Fifi's big baggy sleeves became quite a dominant feature of her design, as I wanted to add a sloppy childlike quality to her, to make her look less professional looking. That's how the gag of her storing items in her lab coat started to appear. Very childlike in these last few. Fifi was the first character I animated, as we knew she's going to be quite limited in her movements. For example, Adam mandated that she doesn't turn her head on her shoulders. She's not one for theatrics. That said, we planned for some fun animations with that beaker, but they didn't really fit anywhere, so we omitted them. Fair. Such a good character design. The point of Hawkshaw initially is to provide a contrast with Grimoire, where Grimoire is friendly, open, and emotionally reactive. Hawkshaw is blunt, stern, and emotionally closed off. As a detective, Hawkshaw is a perfectionist, so her design is all sharp angles and clean lines. She never wastes any energy, even keeping her arms hidden under her cloak unless she needs them. I definitely like this whole design that they went for. I mean, these are fine, but... Detective Grimoire's much more accomplished rival, Hawkshaw, is the polar opposite to him. Stern, incredibly smart, and professionally intimidating. I imagine her turning her nose up at Grimoire like she's too good for his company. She uses snappy movements that feel almost mechanically efficient. True. Everything about Hawkshaw is sharp and correct. The long buttoned-up neck became a defining feature for Hawkshaw, making her seem uptight and rigid. As Hawkshaw developed, she started to look more and more like a villain from a 90s cartoon. And we were okay with that. Hawkshaw's cape was a great excuse for me to flex my fabric animating muscles. I loved contrasting her stiff neck and shoulder piece with the billowing cloth. Her poses in game seem quite limited when you compare them to each other, but I think they do a lot of work in bringing across her haughty, confident personality. They do, yeah, definitely. More clown-like in the initial design, I see. The specifics of Rhea's character took a while to emerge, but from the earliest point I knew I wanted her to be open-minded and a bit of a hippie. Freya exists in a slightly different space from the other inhabitants. She's very aware of the wider world outside the house. This makes her something of an outsider, even though she's very popular within Tangle Tower. Yeah, now we're getting into more of her design there, into her final design. Freya wears a white dress to suggest the purity of her soul. Importantly, it's spattered with color from her paint, suggesting she's not afraid of making a mess and going against convention. In the final design, her dress became more of a tunic with a high-waisted belt and long sleeves. I like to think this makes Freya look a bit like a wizard. A curious, brave little painter. When I made concepts, I didn't want a stereotypical depiction of an artist, but I couldn't resist the paint splotches. I based her initial sketches off bohemian art students I used to see when I was studying art. Maybe that's why they say they mention she's very bohemian. Excuse me, or something. Eventually, we needed her to feel younger, so this effect became more subtle. At one point, I tried to give her a paint blob like bun, but in the end, this felt too close to Fifi's hairstyle. It was important for all three of the younger girls of Tangle Tower felt visually different. We tried out a green bob, and it stuck. Did I say blob? Yeah, paint blob like bun. I never ended up doing any animation of Freya, but I drew these because she's actually one of my favorite characters' designs in the game. As I'm sure you'll find out, there's a good deal more of her than just murder victim. Yeah, there is actually. Oh, Fitz looked very different. Jeez. Fitz was conceived as an insect character, butterflies in particular. Later on, he became the gardening character, which is similarly associated with someone quiet and delicate. I wanted Fitz to be super handsome and cool, but in an incidental way. He contrasts with Felix and Pointer in that he has a very subdued ego. You think Fifi's design might be your favorite? It is really good. I mean, I wouldn't mind a prequel with this cast. That'd be neat, right? That'd be cool. Catherine and I really enjoyed the image of a big muscular man using tiny gardening tools. However, none of those poses made it into the final game. Fitz kept his little glasses right up into production, but after I received Josh Tomar's excellent voice samples, I realized Fitz was becoming more emotionally vulnerable, so I took the glasses away. I think that's a good call. Fitz was described to me by Adam as someone who was accidentally good looking. I started to think about those poster boys from boy bands in the 90s. I knew I had to try out some classic curtained hair on him. I mean, understandable. I made Fitz overly muscular because I love the idea of him seeming like this gentle giant who was intimidatingly large and potentially threatening. Yeah, fair. When Fitz had glasses, I had a lot of fun imagining him lurking in the shadows, his round, cold spectacles staring back at you. I mean, they kind of went with that a little bit. I think there are probably more drawings of Fitz on the slide than actual frames of animation in the game. Ultimately, it worked best for him to be almost creepily static. He's a kind soul, but has trouble around people, so limiting his movement helped make him come across as tense and uncomfortable. Yeah, really well done, honestly. Very different character design here, too, actually. Very long neck. Pointer was conceived as a fairly traditional professor archetype, the sort of person who would have a garden shed full of half-finished inventions. At this stage in the process, I wasn't sure what kind of shapes to use. I just knew I wanted Pointer to be short and spindly, so that his physicality would contrast with that of his rival Felix fellow. Here you go. Here's more of the design. By this point, we had landed on the idea of Pointer being a spaced-out astronomy professor with an airy, philosophical manner. He was given large eyes for staring into space and long arms for making sweeping gestures. His hair is designed to resemble a book, a roof, and a bad wig all at the same time. They did that really good, too. An academical-looking astronomer with a faraway look in his eyes. He's hiding a few secrets, so I want him to seem distrusting and slightly slimy. Also imagine someone who looked like he may lecture at a British university. So a lot of tweed clothes. I even tried hair that looked like a book resting on his head. As an astronomer, I envisioned Pointer rapidly tinkering around with his many mechanical apparatuses, and started to think about how his fingers would seem as clickety-clackety as his equipment. I loved the idea of his fingers feeling spider-like, adding to his creepy undertones. Pointer is probably the character who's most similar to me, and I love drawing his kooky, pretentious arm waves. The globe was going to be a prop, but was one of the several things that just didn't fit and got left out. Also, that thing on his head, hair, a book, or a birdhouse roof? It is a mystery. That's so good. I thought it would be fun if Penny had multiple birds about her person, with whom she could speak during conversations with Grimoire, perhaps even interrupting her mid-sentence. This eventually boiled down to one bird on her head, and instead of talking to it, the joke became that Penny simply treats it as if it were a normal hat. Work. Alright. Penny's a complex character. At this stage in the design process, I was focused on her duality as both a cool, elegant femme fatale and a pouty, petulant young woman. Penny's outfit is quite simple, inspired by 1950s high fashion. However, her giant bird gloves accentuate any gestures she chooses to make with her arms, giving her an inescapably melodramatic and hammy energy. Nah. Penny is Tangle Tower's femme fatale, so we really lent into that. I imagined her as a very glamorous and privileged woman from the 1950s. A lot of her style is reminiscent of that period. As the bird-themed character, Adam originally designed her to have a bird on her hair, which I then styled onto her like a fancy hat. I love the idea that Penny could become composed, but drop the facade and become sinister. Yeah, right. There's a sketch of her reading a book surrounded by birds and then slamming that book shut mid-sentence, scaring them away. That's pretty genius. I do like that. Doing bird kick. Nice. Penny has ended up being a real fan favorite. I like to think my animation plays a part in that. She's probably the most emotive of the cast, so bringing that out in her animations is really important. Her weird wing arm sleeve things were a challenge to move convincingly, but I think it was worth it. To Creed. They seem like they'd be the ornithomologist with a neck like that. I mean, it's not like a... Is it not still like a book on his head? I wish I could have had bird. Same. I'm curious about the designs Poppy went through. My first concept for Poppy was someone who really doesn't want to talk to you. Instead, she resolutely faces her piano, protected by a shroud of hair that falls all the way to the floor. All this adds up to give a ghostly appearance, and by extension, Poppy's music room became something you might find in a haunted mansion. I spent a while trying to find the right shapes for Poppy's head and face. For some reason, the moment it began to work for me was when I gave her the little snake-like nose. A crucial detail of Poppy's design is a single ear poking out. I think it gives her a little bit of much-needed humanity and vulnerability. Very different with this right here. Since Poppy was a shy, grungy / gothic teenager, I started with sketches of her as a mopey, badly postured, and very purple. Adam's original sketches included really long hair, and I liked that. It felt like gravity was pulling her downward. The hair started to look like a thick curtain, which felt appropriate for her gothic theming. Poppy's pose is always centered around sitting at the piano, so to bring some more personality to her, I played with the idea that her long locks could be used in inventive ways. Since she's so reserved, I imagine she would use her hair as a device to veil herself from other people, rarely ever revealing herself. Is that blood? Oh no, it's like red? That's interesting. Spooky too. Poppy was simultaneously one of my favorite and least favorite characters to draw, as her hair was great fun to animate, but also took absolutely ages. It was very important to me to have the right weight and softness to it. Also, I referenced some actual videos of the piano player who plays her theme for that particular animation. Very cool. Very cool. So that's it for the characters. It's really interesting. Freya's room. I imagined Freya being given the short straw and was tucked away in the boiler room, so she had to make do with what she had. What resulted was an intimate industrial space that Freya manages to bring a lot of warmth and creativity to. Since you never meet Freya, it was a great way to deliver some of her personality. Despite the lack of natural light, I think Freya's room is one of the nicest spaces in all of Tangle Tower. The large, ominous painting leaning against the wall suggests Freya as someone who is troubled, but is willing to look her anxieties in the face. Okay. Fifi's room. Fifi has the biggest room in the house, but she doesn't care for it. I imagined an untidy-looking Victorian lab where she could conduct her experiments. I later added elements that would point to her being more of a messy teenager. Mattresses on the floor, empty cans of soda, and paper stuck to the windows. The key to this room is the juxtaposition between the chandelier, not pictured, hanging above the messy mattress on the floor. The idea was to hint at how Fifi isn't especially keen to rise to her position within the household. She'd rather just be a teenager. I did kind of get that, yeah. At first, this room was set higher up in Tangle Tower, and I imagined this sophisticated, ornate-looking attic space. Taxidermy played a huge role in decorating it. After all, the people who use this room are avid collectors. We wanted this chamber to feel darker and more hidden. When we made this decision to add an aquarium through the center of the mansion, it added a whole new feel to the room. A windowless room with the only real source of light coming from the tube of water really added to the creepy atmosphere. Thematically, we needed the study to be a mix of elements, an ornate gentleman's study, a research lab, and a private taxidermy collection. The chains and iron cages tip it over the edge into feeling fully sinister. Really did. I originally designed Penny's room to look like it belonged to someone elegant, aristocratic, and also a bit of a fairy tale princess. Initially, we were going to include a secret doorway through a fireplace, but we decided against it. I wanted Penny's room to feel purposely romantic, and I went as far as having a cherry blossom branch come through the window. We imagined that Penny was constantly traveling, so piles of suitcases became a key visual in her room. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, too. This layout image shows an earlier version of the puzzle in this room. It was originally connected to the suitcase tucked under the bed. Later, we had the idea for the birdhouse puzzle, and that suitcase was swapped out for a little tea set, where Penny sits and drinks tea with her birds. Yeah, okay, pretty cool. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure I'm going to be able to get through all of this, because there's a lot to read, as I'm sure you can tell. Still, even with just like all these simple locations. So I'm not too sure if I can actually finish reading out all the stuff here. Although these are like one a piece, I guess. I'm sure some of these are probably pretty cool to look at. Potted fruit as well, yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can finish reading this as much as I want to. I mean, Ghost Trick outside a hat bird. So that's true. All great games has to have a hat bird. I agree with you, 100%. But yeah, unfortunate. Damn, I don't know what I want to do with this, because I probably shouldn't finish it tonight, because I feel like it'll probably take me at least another hour to read through all this. Or, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was another hour, to be honest with you. And I should probably go and get some food. So I'm debating what I want to do. I might I'm debating what I want to do. I might end up just, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't mind finishing reading this, but at the same time, I don't know. I could just leave it as an incentive for you guys to play and then read it yourself as well, but I don't know. I'm not too sure what I want to do. I might cut this in or have the rest of this be a bonus video. I might have the rest of this be the bonus video, maybe. Like, we'll see. I don't know. I'll think about it. Thank you very much for the hydrate and the posture check, by the way. I'm just kind of sad because I want to finish reading this because it's so cool. Okay, well, we left it at Penny's room. We know that much. So like I said, maybe I'll give it a read through later. I did see this was actually a recent addition. I'm pretty sure that they added the music room, which is pretty cool. All right, the really good game. Really good game. Like, holy crap. Like, I'm actually really impressed, to be honest. This game was really good. Really solid. And really fun. Really fun. All right. So, yeah. Pick up the game. If you haven't, give it a play yourself. I know if you see it, you know the puzzles, etc., etc. But even just to support the devs, I think that's well worth it. Very much well worth it. I suppose, though, that is probably it for me for now. So, yeah, I shall go. I guess in theory, I could also finish it, like, tomorrow. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to check out one of the other Tangle Tower games. Not Tangle Tower, one of the other, like, Detective Grimoire games, right? But, yeah. I guess that is it for me. I don't think I would have anybody to send a raid to because it's actually a bit later than what it normally is. Let me just see. Got to ask, do we have plans for next stream? I would like to maybe do another Tangle Tower, maybe check not Tangle Tower, like another Detective Grimoire, or maybe try out the demo for the next game in the series. Besides that kind of stuff, honestly, I don't have like a ton of plans. But that's probably going to be mostly it. Check out the demo for the sequel. Maybe check out the original game. I want to check out the patient ER Typhon, Project Typhon. I keep forgetting the full title of that game. I apologize. And yeah, I think that's really about it in terms of what I can think to do. And then, of course, you have your Resident Evil still, right? Like, I still want to actually go and do Resident Evil 5. So we're going to send a raid over to the Baby Rhino, who's always very cool. Feel free to send him a nice frag once it lets me type properly. Send him a nice frag raid. And I will post his channel into the chat too, just in case, for whatever reason, it doesn't go through. Because sometimes it's a butt and it doesn't go through. He's playing the finals, which I actually don't know that much about, to be honest with you. So we're going to go and we're going to check it out. We're going to hang out. We're going to have a good time. Looks like he's playing with a couple of his friends. Where is the... Are you going to work chat thing? You gonna work, or are you gonna freeze up on me? What? There you go. Sometimes this chat's not super great. All right, I guess that's it for me then. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. But for now, it's time to cue the outro. Frag out, and I shall catch you guys later.